We have a good 100 plus spaces right now that are like ready to be deployed. Now that it's giving coverage from other platforms, it really just sent us to the moon.
Back in 2021, we released an IGN inside story about the PlayStation Home fans refusing to let it die, where we took a look at a few different homemade recreations of the short-lived but much-loved social space for PlayStation 3. During this documentary, we met Nagato, a content developer working on Destination Home, a non-profit project attempting to revive PlayStation Home and restore the social hub for future generations to experience. The restoration of PlayStation Home was extremely ambitious. After the original social space was closed, not only was the service lost, but so was its data. Home wasn't on a disc or on a cartridge, and you couldn't play it offline. It lived completely within the servers that are now gone forever. That didn't stop Nagato and the Destination Home team from dreaming big though.
Even when it closed, I was trying to conceive like, yo, there's gotta be somebody out there with the same interest. Like Home was such a great game. Somebody gotta be smart enough to figure out how like, the client server works from the actual console to like the server itself. So a few years later, voila, here I am.
At the time of our documentary, the team, after cobbling together their cached data, had built a working version of Home, but it was a purely single-player experience, serving more like a walking museum than a thriving social hub. In its infancy, the idea of having an active and public server, the whole point of Home, was simply a pipe dream. 2 years later though, that dream has made significant progress. The Destination Home team have created a working online experience and are several steps closer to fulfilling their thriving social hub fantasies. I reached back out to Nagato to not only talk about the development of the journey since we last spoke, but to also test out the playable version of PlayStation Home that's restored by its fans. This is an Inside Stories epilogue.
I just remember just spamming hello, and I'm like, this is insane. Like, I just remember being in a Discord with the development team, and it's just like a resurgence of emotions that happened that really gave us even more drive, I would say.
In October 2022, Destination Home finally launched its first closed beta for its biggest supporters and contributors. What you're seeing right now is actual footage of PlayStation Home being played online with other fans, over 7 years after the servers were shut down for good. It's by no means a complete package, but it is a landmark achievement for Destination Home.
What's functional now for closed beta is our ability to have cross-region compatibility. We have found it a way where we could take like European spaces, Japanese, for example, and put it into basically just like one massive server, if that makes sense. We've enabled purchasing features in terms of not like really purchasing store content. That is still to come, but if you had like original clothes and stuff like that, we inputted that in.
To be clear on this point, Nagato uses the word purchasing as a substitute for freely acquiring items from the old purchasing system. Destination Home has always and will always be a non-profit project. There are no microtransactions at all.
You had your original PSN account and you bought stuff live on Home, all of your items, as long as it's been donated to us or we archived it, your services that you purchase will basically be alive. I don't know if you can see on the screen right now, these clothes that I'm wearing, I purchased way back in like 2012.
Destination Home is religiously committed to the idea of recreating the entire experience. What you're seeing right now is their first toe dipped into the Central Plaza pond. But their plans for a full recreation, they're big.
We are currently right now for a closed beta 2, have like 13 spaces that we've hand selected from feedback from our members. Overall, we have a good 100 plus spaces right now that are like ready to be deployed.
Back in 2021, the Destination Home team's data pool was limited. Collectively, they combed through all of their PS3s for all the stored data that they could find, soliciting whatever local or cache files any Home fans had left on their dusty PS3s, with the goal of being able to reverse engineer and restore the code.
At that time, we were on 1.00 client or 1.0. We basically went through many iterations to get the last client working, both on PlayStation 3 and RPCS 3 emulators. During that time as well, we successfully obtained about like 300 plus unique caches through, various means of like data capture. So during your video in IGN, we just had an influx of people just coming in the Discord or DMing me through Twitter, Reddit, even PSN. They found my PlayStation Network, just donating data. So all of these things combined has really advanced the project to a point where now we are ready for a closed beta 2.
By Nagato's own admission, the documentary helped. More eyeballs were now on the project, and with that came more hardcore PlayStation Home fans generously offering their cache data.
After the IGN coverage, it was really a big boom. I know right now, I haven't checked, I know there's at least 8,400 people in the Discord alone. Even guys like Wario64 retweets my stuff sometimes. So now that it's giving coverage from other platforms, I'm able to restore data faster because people are wanting to donate. It really just sent us to the moon.
I saw this love and support firsthand in the comments section. Overwhelming nostalgia and support for the long-lost social platform. However, not everyone was convinced that PlayStation Home needed to return, with plenty of the audience pointing out the existence of modern alternatives, primarily VR chat. After bringing this sentiment up with Nagato, he immediately began to make a passionate defense for PlayStation Home.
The thing what I would say what Home has is like a nostalgic factor, right? People remember Home based on like their events, like FIFA Arena, where they had the 2010 World Soccer events. They had E3 stuff. Whenever they played Home, they were like, oh man, I remember when I was in middle school and E3 came out and I won this little award. We have a sister project called PS1. People still play SOCOM. People still play MotorStorm. We have like, people in the lobby, Warhawk, just still playing those old games. So virtual worlds now are going more into the NFT, cryptocurrency kind of sphere. So for me, a lot of social worlds, when they bring that element, it kind of obfuscates and minimalizes their player base. When Home is kind of like, here, if you like Little Big Planet, we got stuff for you. If you like MotorStorm, we got stuff for you. If you like Nagato and just want to play Dance Dance Revolution all day, that's for you.
Also filled with a similar level of nostalgia, I, perhaps naively, could see Nagato's point. PlayStation Home always felt like it had a level of sincerity. It always had that feeling of a place that was built purely to bring fans of PlayStation games together. Modern metaverses can feel cynical from the outset, appearing to use your love of a franchise to manipulate you into spending more money. As I say these words, the logical part of my brain tells me that there was no doubt intent of this kind from Sony. But at least in terms of what was presented, PlayStation Home always felt a little more wholesome and cleaner than that. And a good chunk of the audience, perhaps through their rose-tinted PlayStation Home nostalgia goggles, tend to agree.
I see many people leave nice comments about, how Home changed their lives. I know people literally met up on Home, have kids now. I know people who have longtime friends on Home. Even I still talk to some longtime friends here and there. Just honestly seeing the community's respect for the project overall is something that gives me the drive to do it. I mean, you have companies like Facebook probably dropping millions of dollars, billions of dollars on certain projects to kind of emulate what Home did. It was always Sony for me. They were too far ahead for that time. Same thing like the Vita, same thing with Home. I mean, you had these really extensive, cool projects that now have a big market.
I believe the metaverse is the next chapter for the internet.
With a successful closed beta in the can and a second on the horizon, it feels like only a matter of time until PlayStation Home is once again accessible to the world. So I had to ask, can they see an end of this restoration project in sight?
I would say no. With a project like this, of course, we would want a 100% snapshot of how Home has ran. Well, I feel like there will be a time where Home has become so stable that we've hit maybe like production level, we're ready to deploy for everybody on Discord. It's been running fine for 1 or 2 years after the closed beta test. I would say yes, but overall, just kind of one of those things where the ball is always rolling, I would say.
Inevitably, with any online project, particularly one developed by fans in their spare time, there was the elephant in the room that we'd yet to discuss: safety.
For me, I do not want my project, and because I know a lot of fan projects go through that, I want everyone to have fun on Home. I don't want nobody to experience any form of bullying. That takes the fun out of gaming, and I think honestly, people game for one reason: to have fun.
Nagato reassures me that the team is working hard to make sure moderation will exist in Destination Home. But after working so hard on a restoration project, do they ever think they'd be tempted to expand the platform and maybe even develop their own content for it?
Yeah, no Last of Us minigames, no even though Gran Turismo space would be nice or anything like that. That's not the true sense of Home. If it came out, that's our motto, we put it in. If Home actually had bugs and glitches that broke the game, that stuff will fix too.
When I last met Nagato, I asked him what his ultimate goal was. What would be the moment he could pause, reflect, and be proud of what they achieved? His answer was sweet: and surprisingly modest.
Ultimate goal is to get a online client working for the PlayStation 3. Once I see another person in the lobby and I say hello and hello, we can actually say hello together. That's something our team, that's the day.
Considering they'd achieved this and beyond, it felt like it was time for a new ultimate goal.
When we actually had non-developers and regular people play our game, and we seen them take all screenshots and post it on Twitter or in the Discord, or literally seeing that resurgence of happiness, that's when I would say it'll be the day. We had it on a small scale. We had like maybe 10 people to lobby, but really seeing a ton of players. Like you go to Sodium, there's like 24 players in this. Konami, Dance Dance Revolution, and you see me and I'm trying to beat everybody in the game. You know, seeing people with their original clothing items, to have people, you know, enjoy that, that's the day.
If you'd like to get involved with Destination Home, be sure to join the Discord server. And if you like this video, please check out our other inside stories about gaming communities, including the weird and wonderful fans still playing Fallout 76, and the Final Fantasy VII fans that are desperate to resurrect Aerith.
"2013 was a major year for video games. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 had overstayed their welcome, and consumers were looking for the next big thing.
Is it too late in its life cycle to get a PlayStation 3, and should I just wait?
It was the perfect time to announce the next generation of PlayStation hardware, and Sony did just that.
This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
While on the surface, this may have seemed like just another console launch. It was only 2 years since the infamous hack of the PlayStation Network, 1 year since the Vita failed to set the market on fire, and over 6 years since the launch of the PS3. For Sony, this needed to be a home run. On this episode of IGN Rewind, we'll be taking a close look at the launch of Sony's 4th PlayStation console and dive deep into how the PlayStation 4's launch would set the groundwork for one of Sony's most successful video game endeavors yet. This is the launch and reveal of the PlayStation 4. Rumors of the next generation of PlayStation started popping up online via LinkedIn job postings.
They found the CV on LinkedIn of a guy named Attila Voss. He worked at PlayStation for about 14 years, starting in 1998. And what's interesting on his CV is that he worked on something called the next generation PlayStation. He worked on PS2, PS3, Vita, but he worked on this thing he only calls next generation PlayStation. We don't know what that is, but we assume it's the next generation console, PlayStation 4.
While numerous industry experts were speculating and discussing why they wanted a new PlayStation, there wasn't any official confirmation from Sony regarding a new console.
Rumors hit the internet about the PlayStation 4, Sony's next home console. Very exciting.
What's it codenamed?
Codenamed Orbis.
Oh, that's a hell of a name.
Woo!
That's a thing.
Now, the rumors have a few details to them, including the CPU and GPU, which I don't think are as exciting as a couple other pieces of information, including the fact that it apparently will not play PlayStation 3 games. Whoa, there's going to be some sort of restriction placed on the system's ability to play used games. Now, we also heard that there's a potential holiday release for 2013. So with all that said, Colin, true or fake?
It's probably true, but I don't know. I mean, so we did reach out to Sony, of course. We talked to our people there. Their usual line when they don't want to tell us anything is we don't comment on rumors and speculation. PlayStation 4's controller seems to have leaked, Scott. And,
yes.
And these are very exciting times. Now, the story comes by way of Destructoid, who posted a picture. This is the picture, but we'll have a better version of it, obviously, appearing on your screen, of what looks like a PlayStation 4 dev kit and a PlayStation 4 controller. And a source indicates to IGN that that controller is 100% real, so there is no speculation about it.
That speculation wouldn't last too long, though.
And here we go. Sony will be making a big announcement on February 20th, and all signs point to it being the PlayStation 4. PlayStation.com is advertising a meeting to be held on February 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with the invitation, See the Future.
We believe that PlayStation 4 represents a significant shift from thinking of PlayStation as merely a box or a console to thinking of PlayStation as a leading authority on play. This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
Today, Sony held a special press event in New York City and they had tons of huge announcements for us. Let's get to it. First off, the big one. The PlayStation 4 is official, and it's coming as soon as holiday 2013. It will have an x86 CPU, 8 gigs of system RAM, and what Sony is calling an enhanced PC GPU and a supercharged PC architecture. It will be capable of running gorgeous Unreal Engine 4 games, and even have millions of objects moving in real time on the Havoc engine. You'll apparently be able to turn off the system while playing and pick up where you left off just by turning it back on. Dedicated always-on hardware puts a huge focus on social functionality, where apps on Vita, smartphones, and tablets allow you to chat even when you're away from your PS4. But we didn't just get to see the new console. Take a look at the new controller. It's officially called the DualShock 4. It has enhanced rumble, reduced latency, a small touchpad, and a light bar to track its movements. It also has a share button, but more on that in a bit. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty hot to me.
I'm Damon Hatfield, host and producer here at IGN. You may recognize me from such shows as GameScoop.
What was the hype like around the office when the PS4 was initially announced? So pre-E3 when they had that PlayStation conference, and then the controller leak like a week before.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, it was a little bit muted at that point. It was like I said, sounds great on paper. It's the next PlayStation, it's more powerful, easier to develop for. Cool, sounds good. It was as things started to fall apart for Xbox. You know, it's just these, you see the first party platforms, they rise and fall, they come and go, and going into PS3, Sony had gotten cocky after 2 generations dominating the industry, and then that bit them in the butt. And then you see the same thing happening with Xbox. When they announced, when you watch that reveal of the Xbox One, it almost seems like they don't even think of Sony as a competitor anymore. Like they want to compete with Amazon and cable companies and Comcast. So the whole reveal, there's very little talk of video games during that reveal. There's talk about how it's going to be the center of your entertainment living room, and you're going to run your cable box through it, and it's going to change the way that you watch sports. And it's probably going to require an online connection, and you can't trade your games, and you might not even be able to play used games on it. So it's like, what? It sounded worse and worse the more we heard about it, and that just made the PlayStation 4 sound better and better and better.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the death blow was E3. This is going to be a bigger than normal E3 with a lot of focus on next generation consoles.
E3 2013 was an electrifying conference because not only was Sony showing off their new console, but Microsoft is also showing off their new Xbox. Even though Microsoft's press conference was aired before Sony's by a few hours, the reception of their event was received in a less than stellar way and ultimately led to diminished sales and a major blow to their brand's reputation. But that's another story for another time.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. Later that evening, all eyes were on Sony and the PlayStation 4.
Like an hour, and we're like, yeah, this is okay.
We got called back here at an hour, and Dame and I were like, it's been a solid conference. I'm waiting for the knockout punch, and then they just came out and beat the body to death. Like, I mean, it's 6 years, 6.5 years I've covered PlayStation for IGN. I'm so used to them coming out and just screwing it up.
I know.
And they're coming out and they're like, no, we got this.
Oh my God.
E3
2006, they screwed up then when they announced it. $600.
$599 US.
Oh my God. I don't know. So where do we begin?
You have to. It was backloaded. This whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like
they were teasing us the whole way.
Yeah.
And
exactly,
I loved
it. You wanted more.
I wanted more.
They showed a hell of a lot of games.
My God. Yeah.
The bombshells were the price.
The biggest question on everyone's mind was saved for the end of the conference. Everyone wants to know, what's it going to cost? Sony revealed that the PlayStation 4, which arrives this holiday season, will be priced at $399 US, 399 euros, and 349 pounds sterling. 20% less than the Xbox One. Damn.
The most notable thing to come out of the entire press conference, besides the console itself, wasn't an announcement for anything Sony was selling, but a direct shot at Microsoft Xbox One's always online DRM.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks. This bold jab at the competition was what Sony needed to hammer its gaming-first messaging and solidify its player-first stance for the next generation of consoles.
I think they handled it as pretty, they took that probably as far as you could without being distasteful.
The PS4 reveal was a massive success, And Sony managed to not only reinvigorate the PlayStation brand, but also amplify the competition's confusing messaging around its next Xbox console.
There were lots of people who gave their opinions on that issue to my Twitter account before E3. It's not that our hardware policies are decided strictly based on user reaction like this, but when we were thinking about what we had to bring across and how to bring it across, it was a very useful source. Considering how Sony referenced the feedback Microsoft had received towards the end of its conference, it appears that even if the backlash didn't dictate what the Japanese company decided to do with the PS4, it was happy to capitalize on the negative reaction. SCE Japan Asia President Hiroshi Kawano added, "As of now, I feel like we're getting a very positive response. For this system, we made a list of what people expected from us, debating over each point, with user feedback forming the main basis for the list. The software makers are also telling us that they feel like they really make some fun stuff with it. A new platform always provides the basis for new forms of play, so I'd like to see it connect to a revitalization of the marketplace."
It's the fact that I think for E3 and what E3 is designed to be, PlayStation won it. I think Microsoft had better games. I was more excited about their game lineup, but only because I already knew they came out and showed like updated versions for PlayStation games, right? And I was like, that's awesome. And then what I got excited about the PlayStation was the price, and then standing up for gamers like we've talked about, and doing all these different things.
This is the time more than ever where you need to win on policy, because a few years ago Sony announced the PS3 and they said it's $599 US, and people said no. And had they said yes, game consoles would forever be $600+, but they weren't. And we changed that, right? And we spoke with our wallets. And this time around, Sony said, we're not going to do the used game thing. We're not going to rip people off. And they stopped that dead in its track. And if you're doing that, you're an ass. Right. And you're ripping people off. And that's the tone they set. And that's more important than any game in the world. The games will come later, but if the platform doesn't rip you off out the box, it's a good place to start.
In those first party conferences, there's always sort of a level of like one-upmanship, and they're always trying to outdo each other. But that year is like, I've never seen any of the first parties be so blatant in their like thumbs up to Xbox. Like Jack Tretton, just they addressed deliberately the fact that their console was not going to require any sort of online connection. You can trade your games, you can play used games. They're just like they hit every weak point that Xbox had sort of revealed for themselves.
Yeah,
Sony took advantage of.
The excitement around the PlayStation 4 was nearing a cult-like status. Thanks to its well-received E3 press conference and effective marketing campaign, Sony had positioned itself to become the console leader of this new generation early into its launch window.
And then, of course, on launch day, it was like, there was so much more excitement. Like, we have a video on IGN about this mass unboxing of PS4s in the office, because pretty much everyone in the IGN office had pre-ordered one. Let me just say, I don't think we had enough people to do a fun video like that for the Xbox One.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, and our personal PS4s have arrived here at the IGN office, but everybody's so excited we all wanted to do an unboxing video by ourselves, so we said, hey, we'll do it all at once. You guys ready?
Yeah!
All right then, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody?
There it is. We got the controller right here. Let's take a look at the DualShock 4. A little bit of a depth.
Oh, nice.
And
got the handle. I like the handle. You have the watchdogs guy.
Month of PlayStation Plus. The best part about this is that if you hook it up to your TV right now, you'll be able to download the latest firmware and make sure when you get home, in time, play Assassin's Creed.
That's different than college, but I love mine personally.
PlayStation 3, it didn't really have a built-in headset, so nobody was ever talking in PS3 multiplayer games.
It's very, very nice packaging here that you can see. The wobble, the infamous PlayStation 4 wobble. It's because of these little dots, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
Most important, an authentic quick start guide.
But then it also comes with a controller. Oh my gosh, we got the same thing! That's why this is the most revolutionary console ever made, since the GameCube at least.
And this is the world's best HDMI cable because it came free in a box.
Okay. Yes. Well, I'm going to do an in-depth walkthrough of this power cable now, starting at one end. So I'm not sure what this end is for.
The console looks pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
It's got the glossy
small
top,
disc.
kind of got a map.
I love what they've done here.
There you have it, folks. The PS4, it looks great. I'm gonna go make out with this man. Some of us have to get back to work.
Well, that's the unboxing of the PlayStation 4.
It was very entertaining as a gamer to watch, and it was exciting to cover as an IGN employee. So yeah, I don't think I have no notes.
The launch of the PlayStation 4 was lightning in a bottle. The system was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling consoles of all time. topping the original PlayStation at over 117 million units sold at the time of this video. Thanks to some smart marketing and one of the most effective video game press conferences to date, Sony was able to revive the PlayStation brand and launch one of the most successful consoles ever.
Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
The PlayStation 5 Pro was just revealed, and joining us today is Richard Ledbetter from Digital Foundry. It is an honor having you on the show today to discuss the technology and your reaction to this reveal. So what were your thoughts?
Well, first of all, welcome. Thanks for having me. Wow, where do we begin? I think it's a tricky one, right? Because the price is crazy high. We've never seen a console that's quite this expensive before. And the presentation was kind of weird. It wasn't like any Mark Cerny presentation I've seen in the past before. This guy is a technology evangelist. He's got a vision for the future of gaming. And typically, he's given the opportunity to express that vision in his own words with no real limits on the topics he's going to cover. So the day before the transmission, it said, oh, it's going to be 9 minutes long. It's like, well, the road to PlayStation 5 was 52. I went back and looked at the PlayStation meeting 2016, where they talked about PS4 Pro. That was getting on for an hour as well. So initially, my thoughts were, well, how much can he actually talk about in 9 minutes? And secondly, they've got a real problem here, because they've got to talk about an enhanced PlayStation experience, but at the same time, they can't say that the standard PlayStation experience is in any way deficient. So I thought that the way that they would do this would be to talk about the base PlayStation 5 first and then go on to the Pro, which is exactly what they did, which is fine, except that cut further into the 9 minutes. So I guess we got maybe 7 minutes of PS5 Pro, really high level stuff here. And we actually know a lot more about the machine based on the leaks that started like March 2024. And that was a little disappointing, because we've got like the barest details, but we don't have any context. We don't have the vision behind those details. So that was slightly odd as well. And, if we go back to the PlayStation meeting for PS4 Pro, we had a similar presentation that was a bit lacking on YouTube, where, they were trying to talk about the benefits of 4K and HDR without having 4K and HDR. And now they're talking about sort of this enhanced experience, and then they're trying to shoehorn that into a pretty compromised YouTube stream. And that didn't quite work for me. Now, at that event, we had 3 hours afterwards to actually go hands-on with the machine. There was no hands-on this time around. There was a CNET opportunity, an exclusive opportunity that didn't really leave me any much the wiser. So, you know, I think it's almost like a retrograde step compared to both the PS5 reveal, which was necessarily impacted by COVID. There's not much that could be done there. And then going back to the PlayStation 4 Pro reveal, it was kind of deficient compared to that as well, because nobody's actually seen it apart from the guy at CNET.
The guy at CNET liked it. We know that.
Yeah, well, great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'd like to see that myself. I think another thing which sort of caused issues for me is that the representative software that was used in the presentation wasn't the best choice, because the first party games are actually really good on the base PlayStation 5. They aren't really, you know, the upgrades are going to be far less pronounced than, let's say, for example, some of the Unreal Engine 5 blurry games that didn't hit 60 frames per second. Those would have been much better candidates for showing the advantages of the machine, right? And, well, what can I say? I'm really sort of bagging on it. But, you know, I probably would have done things a lot differently if I were in charge of it. Yeah.
Well, maybe you could dive into that a little bit, because I look at it and I'm like, okay, you keep talking about sharpness, or you're talking about ray tracing, but you're not really showing us, like, where is the ray tracing in this shot of Star Wars at the beginning of the presentation. It's just sort of water. That's not the best example of reflective ray tracing anyway. Like, if you're talking about shadows, okay, maybe, but I think the Harry Potter shot near the end of the presentation was a little bit better representation of it. But like you said, it was a very strange decision to talk about PSSR, the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, with a visual demonstration of what it will do, without somebody like Mark Cerny diving into how it actually works, what it's actually doing in the background in a more meaningful way. If you had the opportunity, what would you have changed about how you presented these tiny details that showcase the power of the PlayStation 5 Pro?
I think you need better examples. I think the Gran Turismo one was pretty good, because you actually saw an effect that had previously only been seen in the replays and photo mode and stuff, and it was actually there in gameplay. So that was pretty cool. But, you know, I would have liked to have seen the stuff that we do, obviously, which would be like, you know, you see gameplay, you have freeze frames, you have zooms, you have actual explanation of what's going on there. You have a comparison against the standard experience, which they kind of shied away from there, because I think they can't show that the standard machine, which the vast majority of people are going to buy, it can't be seen to be that deficient. So yeah, that's kind of the way I'd have done things. Hogwarts was a bit weird. I mean, that's Unreal Engine 4 ray tracing. This is like the first iteration of Epic's RT implementations there. So it's not great compared to UE5. I would have gone for a UE5 game if they could have found one. Assuming there is one, I'm sure there are. So yeah, I guess, you know, when they sort of started off with The Last of Us Part 2, you know, obviously that's a PS4 game. That's not the game I would have chosen to debut PlayStation 5 Pro. And secondly, the performance mode in The Last of Us Part 2, it's 1440p, but it doesn't look that bad. But, you know, PSSR, I mean, DLSS has been, I would say, the most transformative technology in the PC space since its debut, the second iteration of it in 2020. And, you know, to say to higher end enthusiast console users, we've made our own version of this, check it out, it's really good. Look at this comparison. Look at this zoom that we've done up against the standard model. This is like a game-changing improvement. Everything that DLSS has done in the PC space, I think, could have been deployed on the PSSR demos there, but we didn't really see it. I'd have liked to have seen just some screenshots, dump some PNGs out there, get them out there, get people looking at it to actually, you know, do their own comparisons. Yeah, I'm just sort of a bit baffled by all of it, to be honest. Yeah, what can I say? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and it was also odd to make the decision to take the shots and then put it in a even smaller box, where if you're watching on your phone or you're watching on a device, that it's even harder to tell what they're trying to showcase side by side.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've got our analytics on YouTube that tell us the devices that people are actually watching the content on. And, you know, basically, the last time I looked, which I think was about a year ago, it was over 50% of people are watching on their phone. And that number's only going to be going up. So the concept that you're having to, like, you know, strain to actually see what the difference is, it could have been handled a lot better, I think.
What was one thing that the PlayStation 5 Pro does that has you the most excited out of all of the tech that was shown?
Absolutely PSSR, because if we look at what the prime deficiencies are of the base PlayStation 5 experience at the moment, in a lot of multi-platform titles for sure, the Sony first-party games, they've always been really well optimized for the hardware. But, you know, Unreal Engine 5 and, you know, other games like Space Marine 2, that's a good example we should talk about. They're necessarily cramming in a huge amount of detail, but to accommodate that on the GPU, they've got to lower the resolution. And then they upscale it again using FSR2, which isn't particularly good. PSSR is potentially transformative because I reckon even, you know, let's say it's as good as XeSS from Intel or DLSS from NVIDIA. We don't know for sure because we haven't seen it properly. But the point is that you can actually use resolutions that low and it will look fine on a 4K screen. But with the additional GPU horsepower, they'll be increasing the resolution as well. So, you know, I'd imagine those 720p base resolution games on PS5, they'll be like 900 or possibly even 1080p. But the transformative thing is the PSSR upscaling pass. And if it's as good as we hope it is, it should be passing for native 4K or very, very close to it. And, you know, what that means is that that's more GPU horsepower that can be diverted not to the amount of pixels that are being rendered, but to the quality of those pixels. Which means also, of course, that you can have stuff like ray tracing added to the mix. And I'm also pretty sure, I mean, in the CNET article, they were talking about 8K Gran Turismo 7, which, you know, that won't be running at native 8K. It will be using PSSR. And that's, you know, I want to see those screenshots, man. You know, I want to play the game. As I said in our DF Direct last night, our 8K capture cards are ready for this. Yeah. We want to see how they're doing it. We want to see how good PSSR is. With Ratchet and Clank and Horizon Forbidden West, we can actually put those head to head against the PC technologies, XeSS and DLSS. We can see just how good the technologies are. So it's a bit disappointing. This is going to sound incredibly arrogant. It's a bit disappointing that we didn't get to see it. And we still haven't seen it based on the quality of the presentation because, you know, if the stars are aligned, PSSR is going to be game-changing for the console space. And obviously, machine learning in general, I mean, the PS5 Pro's machine learning silicon's like 300 tops. It's not insignificant in terms of the amount of compute power that's there. And, you know, that could just be the beginning. I mean, if you look at what NVIDIA have done with, you know, ray reconstruction, frame generation, all using that machine learning silicon, there's no reason why that shouldn't be coming to console as well. And, you know, PSSR is just the beginning, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that technology is something I would have liked to learn more about. But besides the one recreated demonstration of what it's going to do, he didn't really dive into it. And it's one of the coolest pieces of technology that PlayStation is currently touting for their platform. It's like ray tracing is nice, and what was the other feature that they talk about? Things like Game Boost are interesting, but how does all of that work behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, Game Boost is really interesting. We could be looking, let's cross our fingers here, we could actually be looking at a lock 60 frames per second in Elden Ring.
Oh yeah,
which would be a console first, even without any upgrades. But there's other stuff which I'm finding quite interesting is that when PS4 games were kind of upgraded to run on PS5, the developers had to move those existing games onto the new SDKs in order to tap into the new PS5 features. What's happening with PS5 Pro is that they've recognized that that was a weakness, and PSSR is going to be able to be integrated into games that were created on prior SDKs. And that's pretty awesome because that means that there's a fast and simple path for developers to be able to access what I think is going to be the killer feature of PS5 Pro on the library of games that are already out there. It's potentially quite exciting.
Yeah, that seems like an easy win for them. This is something that Xbox has offered with some of their older games just for purchasing the Xbox Series X, and PlayStation has now implemented some cool technology that they're referring to as Game Boost, which unfortunately wasn't really displayed in the presentation. So another
Well, that's an interesting point. Like,
decision.
how do you how do you demonstrate Game Boost without showing that the experience is deficient on your standard console that's going to be selling millions of units? Right. That's the big quandary. I mean, if you go back to PS4 Pro, it was really easy. It was like 4K screens are coming, and here's the machine that we're making for that. Oh, and by the way, it's actually going to improve performance if you've still got a 1080p screen. There's no display upgrades to hang this piece of hardware on. And it's like, well, isn't PlayStation 5 already a 4K machine? And it's like, well, yes and no, but this one definitely. So yeah, it's a crazy marketing challenge there for sure.
Were there any differences that actually did jump out to you when they were doing the side-by-sides? Because for me, it was the artifacting in the Last of Us presentation and the compression, which was really unfortunate. I was curious, were there any positive benefits that you could actually glean from what they did decide to show us?
I think it was definitely the ray tracing in Gran Turismo 7 because, RT reflections on all the cars, that's pretty awesome. And it's something that's definitely not there on the standard PlayStation 5. So that was the one thing that definitely stood out. You could see that things were improved and better on Hogwarts Legacy. But that was 30 frames per second, which, it isn't really tying into the kind of vision that they were presenting for the machine. I've got to say, I thought that, going into this presentation, it was like, how are they going to introduce this machine? And I thought that was actually done pretty well. It was like 75% of users want to use the performance modes, but what if you can have the performance mode that actually hits 60 frames per second and also have fidelity quality as well? I think that was pretty compelling. I thought that was pretty good, but it all kind of went to pot with the examples that we used afterwards.
Yeah, Cerny did say 30 FPS is choppy, so that was a little bit of a dig at
That's a first.
Developers who choose to use that. Yeah. Going into it, could you explain, what does 67% more compute units on the GPU, 28% faster memory, resulting in 45 to 50% faster rendering for what does all that mean? Can you break that down? What benefit will the user actually be seeing from these statistics that they put in the presentation?
That kind of ties into, if you're talking like for like, without any game patches, in theory, we don't know this because we haven't tested it and they haven't actually provided detail. The boost mode there should, in theory, provide 45% of raw compute power to those existing games. So games that are running with dynamic resolution scaling, they should look clearer. They should maybe even hit the upper bounds of the DRS range. They should look clearer. Games that have a GPU-related bottleneck that stops them hitting their target frame rate, they should hit 60 frames per second, assuming that is the target frame rate. That's kind of out of the box improvements. Now, if you're talking about the new games, obviously, again, it means that you can increase resolution, but the actual multiplier, as it were, from image quality is going to come from PSSR. And if you actually look at PS4 Pro compared to PS4, they actually doubled GPU compute there. It was like, forget 45%, it was like doubling. It was like 100% more. They can't do that this time around because of the cost of making a chip that large. So what they have done is introduced machine learning, which is the way forward. I think it's more about efficiency than brute force. Efficiency plus some extra brute force, if you like. But yeah, that's kind of the way it's going to work. Boost mode should be pretty good, I think, assuming we get the full power of the machine. And then, developers will be able to use that extra brute force to maybe use, more ray tracing effects or to increase resolutions and then increase them again, so to speak, with PSSI. It all sort of comes together there.
Yeah, I do hope they allow more people to have hands-on. There's not a lot of people in this space who do analysis like you do, and I would like to see, like, even if it's not Digital Foundry, just somebody that understands how to showcase 120 frames per second, which was a feature that they were touting, or here's what PSSR is actually doing, because I don't feel like their own presentation fulfilled that need, or the CNET piece, unfortunately.
Right. Sorry, I mean, the point I was going to make is that PSSR is such a big deal because, well, let's put it this way. NVIDIA are now saying that on some games, they're seeing DLSS being used by something like the high 80s to 90% of users are using DLSS. This is like a transformative technology that's been widely adopted that everyone wants because, it's like minimal image quality degradation in exchange for a massive increase in performance. This is awesome. It's never been seen before on console working successfully. We've got a poor substitute at the moment in the form of FSR2. So to bring that to consoles for the first time is pretty awesome. Also, you remember like going back to the PS3 era, they always used to do those incredible tech demos. You remember all of
the ducks?
The ducks? Yes, everyone remembers the ducks, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that they've got more technology in the offing, similar to the way NVIDIA has moved on to frame generation and ray reconstruction. Let's see some of those demos, make us excited about this thing, not just showing us The Last of Us again.
Yeah. Yeah, right. With the boost and the percentages that we're talking about, do you have any idea what a comparable PC build would be to the PlayStation 5 Pro? Because to me, that $700 price tag with, $100 worth of other components puts you in the $800 range. And at some point, I have to imagine people are saying, maybe I should just go to PC at this point because this is quite expensive.
Yeah.
What do you imagine that would cost?
Probably a fair bit more. I mean, you need to have the GPU that you're going to need. I mean, if you consider a holistic view of all of the different components, the enhanced ray tracing, no AMD GPU has that at the moment. The machine learning block, no AMD GPU has that. It's almost like essentially an NVIDIA style feature set, but made by AMD. And the closest equivalent GPU you'll be looking at would be the RTX 4070. The 4060 is quite close to base PlayStation 5, factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on, I think it was Amazon yesterday, Amazon.com, and the cheapest one of those is $540. So beyond that, you've got to get a CPU, a motherboard, memory, power supply, case, 2 terabyte SSD. So it is going to the costs are going to ramp up, right? Then you have your mitigating factors, which is that you aren't paying however many dollars per year for the glorious honor of being able to play online and have cloud saves. So you've got to kind of, maybe sort of amortize costs over the year to get a proper idea of what the actual comparison is. I do think maybe, though, we might be slightly missing the point, because if you consider what the PS5 Pro is, it's a machine that's designed, I don't think it's for new owners, right? It's for people that have got a PlayStation 5, but they've got the disposable income to have a better PlayStation 5. And I think that these guys are going to have an existing library of PS4 and PS5 titles. And to make the jump out of the PlayStation ecosystem and into the PC ecosystem, then you've got to leave those titles behind. Your entire library that you might have amassed over like 10 years, you've got to leave that behind. You've got to start from scratch, which I think is probably going to be a step too far. So that's kind of my viewpoint on that. It's kind of like quite an interesting thing to do, to kind of weigh up the costs of individual components and then factor it up against this $700 price point, which is actually much higher in Europe and certainly in Japan. And there, the PC argument probably becomes a bit more compelling. However, what if you're not in the PlayStation ecosystem? Because Microsoft is going to be facing exactly the same cost challenges as Sony in producing new hardware. And all of your Xbox games are going to be on PC. Now, what is the remaining factor that stops you from jumping across to PC. And I think that remaining factor is the fact that you can't really have a PC attached to your living room display and have a seamless experience with a joypad. You know, you've kind of, we know this from PC handhelds, and actually Phil Spencer has kind of admitted that the weakest part of Windows on handhelds is Windows. Windows is going to need to dramatically improve in order to do that. But, you know, Valve have basically got there with Steam Deck, right? And Microsoft are obviously going to do something very similar. So it's only a matter of time before this choice between console and PC is actually going to become quite a lot more of a head scratcher, but probably less so if you're in the Xbox ecosystem, because, you know, you'll be able to play your games on whatever console you got and whatever PC you got. Sony, though, they've got a different challenge. But man, this price for the PS5 Pro is crazy high. It's nuts, right?
Yeah, it is very high. I've had sort of a theory about where Microsoft could go with the console if they're able to solve the challenge of the console user wanting to get in on PC games by allowing storefronts like Epic Games Store on the next console, whatever that may be, while also addressing the interface issues where, you know, people don't want to install new drivers and deal with all of that stuff on console. They just want to sit on the couch and turn it on. If they can solve that and the new console is more open for the enthusiasts like, you know, myself or yourself, who want to get their whole Steam library or add all of the storefronts onto one box, I think that would give Sony a run for their money. But let's focus back in on the the PS5 Pro for a second. Do you think it's too expensive? 74% of users on IGN voted, and they think it's way too expensive. What are you thinking about the price? Is this going to end up limiting their sales? What do you think?
I think it obviously will limit their sales, but there's always going to be a core who will pay whatever they can in order to get the best possible experience. And I think that's what this machine is aimed at. However, with that said, this is breaking historical precedents on console pricing. Yes, I mean, I saw the stuff from Jeff Keighley about inflation-adjusted prices and whatnot, but that's not the way the consumer mentality works. You know, and PS4 Pro, by the way, was like $399, I seem to recall. And now we're up to like, what is it, you know, $699. There's guys in Europe who are paying almost double for a PS5 Pro than they did for a PS4 Pro, which is kind of crazy. My theory on this, and again, I'm just reminded of something that Phil Spencer said, which is that, you know, he's questioning whether subsidizing people to buy consoles is actually working, because it's the same people buying consoles gen over gen. The amount of people, console gamers, isn't increasing. It's the same guys buying new hardware, and if your subsidies are not increasing the size of the overall audience, why are you having subsidies? It's not great. And I think what we're seeing with the PlayStation 5 Pro is possibly an experiment from Sony in saying, well, okay, we'll continue to subsidize a bit the standard unit, but the PS5 Pro, we're going to see what happens if we just sell it at cost, or, heaven forbid, try to make some actual money on it. And so I think this is possibly why. I mean, going into this, I suspected that it would be a $600 console and we'd get a haircut on pricing on the standard model to kind of widen it out a bit. Instead, it looks like the standard model is staying where it is, and Sony has said that they're having problems with cost reduction.
It's going up.
And then, yes.
Yeah, they raised the price. Sorry.
Yeah, and then we've got the issues with, well, what are we going to do with the PlayStation 5 Pro then? It's got to be more expensive. $200 though, no disk drive. The no disk drive scenario, I knew it was happening. That's why I bought, you can see in the background there, I bought one of those disk drives because I knew this was going to happen. And if it didn't happen, I could just return it. Cynical, but it worked. Anyway, the point is, if you've got, here's the weird thing. If you're marketing a pro console and it has less features than the standard console that's, you know, $200 cheaper, that's shocking. And let's consider the people that are going to be buying PS5 Pro. It's going to be people that are deeply invested in the PlayStation ecosystem. You know, they bought the PlayStation 4. They probably bought the 4 Pro. They've got a lot of disc games, right? Surely, you know, the transition to digital has gained momentum over the years. But the concept that, you know, people who've got physical media can't actually run them on their PS5 Pro unless they spend, was it $80 or $100 in the US? It's £100 in the UK and €100 in Europe. It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's, you know, that's not great. So it's kind of like a value hit there upon a value hit again where we were expecting $600. So yes, I mean, that's sort of kind of shocking. I think that's what people are taking umbrage at, and I think quite rightfully so. Thing is, though, consumer electronics are just getting more expensive to make, but we're you know, obviously we're facing the question of, well, when next gen comes along, is that console going to be $700?
Oh.
Surely not.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
Like, was it going to be $800, $900 for whatever the most powerful console ends up being down the line? It's sort of a scary thought.
And those enthusiast users might be thinking to themselves, well, why should I pay a premium for the console? If I'm going to be paying a premium, maybe I should get a PC, because then I can upgrade at my own pace when I feel like I need an upgrade, and I can spend as much or as little as I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, food for thought.
Who do you think should upgrade to the PlayStation 5 Pro, and who do you think should probably just wait? Obviously, people who don't want to spend the money, but like, who do you think is the target for this upgrade? Like, who would you recommend it to as a friend?
It's basically going to be those guys who've got the money to spare, who want the best of the best. Now, the question is, this is kind of at odds with the concept of what a console is, which is a mainstream proposition, you know, a games machine for the everyman. This isn't that. That's what the base PlayStation 5 is for. And I think if I was recommending to a friend, I'd tell them to go to Facebook Marketplace and get one for like $350 or whatever. You know, I got an Xbox Series S from Facebook Marketplace for £65.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
So that's my recommendation there. But, you know, the people who should buy it, you know, are the people who could afford it, I think, primarily, as you said. And secondly, the people that, you know, maybe they've got their 77, 85-inch OLEDs and they actually want to have the best possible experience. I think that's for them.
Any final thoughts on the PlayStation 5 Pro reveal?
Yes, I think, well, I've already laid out the criticisms. I've got a criticism about the hardware, which is that they literally said the CPU is the same. And at the same time, they're talking about, you know, wanting to have 60 frames per second experiences. All of the enhancements in the Pro are geared towards GPU. So if graphics are the limit, then, you know, obviously the Pro is going to be a champion there. However, you know, recently, I think the last game we looked at, I mentioned it earlier, Space Marine 2, performance mode on that on PlayStation 5 doesn't get near 60 frames per second, and it won't with PlayStation 5 Pro. The graphics will look prettier, but you still won't be at 60 frames per second, because it's not just about what you're rendering, it's about what you're simulating. And, you know, all of the hordes that are sort of in that game, the swarms, it's just too much for the CPU, seemingly. Now, what they didn't say is that there is an option for developers to increase the clock speeds by 10%. But 10% of something that's low is still low. You know, 10% plus is still low, so that's not going to help. And your colleague Alex said to me this morning, well, you know, what about GTA 6? Is this going to run at 60 frames per second? That's a simulation-heavy game, historically, and I would say probably not there, which is probably going to upset a lot of people. But, you know, every single GTA game has been 30 FPS, sometimes struggling to hit 30 FPS. If they're pushing simulation just as hard in GTA 6, I'm not seeing anything in the PlayStation 5 Pro that's going to get you to 60 FPS if the base machine can't do it. If it can,
Hi everyone, I'm Nicolas Doucet, the studio head at Team Asobi. We couldn't be happier with the reception to Astrobot and to see how much joy Astro is bringing to homes all around the world. On behalf of Team Asobi, thank you so much. Now, we still have a few surprises up our sleeves. Today's trailer was a sneak peek at a DLC we'll release later this year at no additional cost. We'll have more to share soon. But for now, let's enjoy the state of play.
Listen to me, burnt one. If you're intending to walk the midnight walk, you better be sure to keep your spark safe and burning.
While I was in the black, I had a dream. There was a monster in the woods. And on you go, like a moth into the burning light. Charming little wanderer, where are you off to now?
And so it was that the burnt one and a small flame took a wander down the midnight walk.
Remember when it happened, but I remember how I felt. Father told us to hide when they came to our house. Then they took him away. Mother said I couldn't play outside anymore. Everyone had fled. She said the country was sick, but we would be okay. Mother always said monsters didn't exist. I thought they lived under my bed. We were both wrong. They live inside our heads.
My story is a tale of rules rewritten by nuclear fire.
Oh, hey, Serdar!
Have you seen Yana?
Something happened.
She's in no state to be wandering out in the metro alone. I need to go after her. Their bodies arranged in some sort of ritual. Please, just let Yana be all right. What is that? I keep hearing other voices on the radio.
You said there were people there.
Did you not hear any of that? Yana, is that you? I'm seeing things. Hearing things. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Sometimes we need to become the thing we fear. To prevent something worse.
humans slaughtered each other until the whole world lay in ruins. And yet, you have been granted another chance in Auroria. It must be the will of your beloved Mother Goddess. However, I still have no trust in your kind. Prove yourself. If you survive this trial, perhaps you might become one of us.
Thanks to Pocket Pair for that new look at Pal World, an incredible open-world survival game that's launching today on the PlayStation 5 console. We have a few more games with breaking news today, starting with the return of two beloved RPGs from the original PlayStation.
Your dreams, magical thoughts, all things are real unless you dream they're not. In your dreams, love is the plot, carried on wings of hope.
Lunar Remastered Collection brings together Lunar the Silver Star Story Complete and Lunar 2 Eternal Blue Complete with updated visuals, widescreen mode, and more.
Instantly we see it, the time to grow and be it, when everything is pinned on a hold.
Lunar Remastered Collection comes to PS5 and PS4 in spring 2025. Two updates on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. First, the Radical Reptiles DLC, which adds Mondo Gecko and Mona Lisa as playable characters. And for no extra cost, a remixed in-game soundtrack featuring some amazing guest composers. Both of these updates arrive later today. And yes, you heard right. Keanu Reeves is joining Sonic X Shadow Generations as part of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack. This update is inspired by scenes from the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie and arrives December 12th. The Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack is included in the Digital Deluxe Edition, which lets you play the game 3 days ahead of its October 25th release date.
Hello, State of Play. I am Sakaguchi, producer of Fantasia Neo Dimension. 手作りのジオラマを使ったファンタジアンネオディメンジョン150も作りました。そしてランダムエンカウントを貯めていっぺんに戦ったり、スキルの起動を操作したりと単式バトルにも新要素を盛り込んでいます。音楽はファイナルファンタジーシリーズで共に歩んできた植松さんです。プレイステーション5にて2024年12月5日発売、どうか皆さんにプレイしていただけたらと、願っています。
We're just over a month away from the release of Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Let's check in with BioWare and Electronic Arts for an extended look at a climactic battle.
We've gotten word from the Wardens.
Have they found Gillenane?
Not yet, but they found something else worth killing. One of her blighted dragons.
Rook, you made it. Good.
Wouldn't miss it. We have unfinished business with that dragon.
We've tracked it to a ruined tower nearby.
That lair is a death trap. We need to lure her out to have any chance. So we challenge her, draw the dragon out into the open, then attack. Just you and me now.
Everyone, get ready!
Wardens! Ready ballistas! Wait for it.
Come on. Come on.
Hit the wings! Force her to land! Second detachment! Flank on the walls! Let's go!
the attack! Bring that first one down!
Vaughn! Gillenane.
Consume their flesh! Shatter their bones! Your battle is already lost!
This isn't the Bureau's first time in Bright Falls. The FBC's research department set up a facility. The Lake House. If I had any clue what was waiting for us in there, I would have just kept on driving.
Give up the firearm!
Few know the truth. I stood with Cain and my brethren until I had the honor of surpassing my lord. For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. Agony.
The fate of this world was preordained in an instant.
What madness is this?
Am I so changed?
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
The future has always been written.
Don't fight it, Raziel.
Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered arrives December 10th, celebrating the 25th anniversary of the first game's release.
You sure we can't just do the same?
Games from the original PlayStation era also inspired Fear the Spotlight from Blumhouse Games. It brings atmospheric polygonal scares to PS5 and PS4 on October 22nd.
Just go home, Viv. I'm happy here. So happy.
At last, we've returned to our ancestral land, Agasba.
Build villages and nurture vast ecosystems in Towers of Agasba. This colorful world includes unique creatures, a peculiar cast of characters, and also allows you to invite other players to visit your island. Towers of Agasba launches into early access this November. Up next, Epic Games brings a split-screen mode to LEGO Fortnite this October. This feature enables friends and family to explore the world and build villages together while playing on the same PS5 or PS4. And in other Fortnite news, the new Fortnite Limited Edition DualSense wireless controller arrives later this year, with pre-orders starting October 3rd. Visit PlayStation blog for more details. Next, it's 1 versus 1,000 in Dynasty Warriors Origins, and Koei Tecmo Games is ready to share the release date. Let's take a look.
Guardian of Peace, you have crossed paths with men who may one day bring about order. Until then, you must adapt to the chaos and find a way to survive. So choose your path wisely. Go forth and learn what it means to be a hero.
You claim to strive for justice, but have no way to achieve it. Tearing down the system without providing an alternative is mere wanton destruction. The die has been cast. All that remains is to see this through.
Still hoping that I imagined the whole thing. It's burned into my mind.
So, Captain, what's your team been getting up to?
The Guild gave special assignments to some of the other units from the expedition, mine included.
This forest is amazing.
My fur isn't built for this kind of weather.
That's causing the water currents to surge too.
This is its territory, and we're intruders.
You respect! Why don't they just put the meat down? Leave this to me! Heels inbound!
That's it. The White Wraith. It's real!
Is that what we're after? The White Wraith.
Down there. Someone's in trouble.
It seems we must do a more thorough investigation.
What is that thing? An extinct species?
You're a hunter. You've got a weapon, and you do nothing? Give it to me, and I'll...
皆さんこんにちは。モンスターハンターワイルズプロデューサーの辻本です。本作の発売日が2025年2月28日世界同日発売に決定いたしました。本日より順次予約を開始しますので、ぜひご予約いただければと思います。プレイステーションストアでご予約いただいた方限定の特典として、プレイステーション5でご覧いただけるデジタルミニアートブックをご用意します。9月26日の23時からは TGS2024 カプコンオンラインプログラムを放送いたします。それでは引き続きモンスターハンターワイルズの情報にご注目ください。またお会いしましょう。
Look at those chompers! Okay, trail spots aren't cheap, so let's get started. A hunter with a mysterious past and her, very heroic friends are all that stands in the way of an unspeakable evil. Join them as they explore, hunt, collect wacky outfits, and decorate their village. Nailed it. This is awesome. But wait, there's more. With the digital deluxe edition, you get this exciting blue roller thing. And snazzy costumes, like the Shadow Stalwart outfit. And this, I don't know what that is. That or that. Or why they're climbing in that cannon. But look how much fun they're having. Come and join the party in Mother's Heart. Phew, got it all in.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I forgot to mention the pre-order.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Zatani. We are so excited for everyone to get their hands on LEGO Horizon Adventures when it launches on November 14th. And Aloy has more good news on the horizon. Aloy's original adventure, Horizon Zero Dawn, is being remastered for PS5 and PC by Guerrilla and Nixes. Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered includes more than 10 hours of re-recorded conversation mocap and countless graphical improvements that bring the game to the same visual fidelity as Horizon Forbidden West. This new version of Horizon Zero Dawn will arrive October 31st. And anyone who owns the original PS4 version of the game will be able to upgrade to the new PS5 version for $9.99. Visit PlayStation Blog for more details and watch the full trailer to see all the enhancements to Aloy's epic quest. New content is on the way to the action-packed world of Stellar Blade. A new photo mode lets players set up the perfect picture with your choice of poses, expressions, and filters. And Stellar Blade's original soundtrack, featuring over 180 songs from the game, is available on select streaming services starting today. But that's not all. Sci-fi worlds collide in the Stellar Blade and Nier Automata collaboration, coming to Stellar Blade later this year. Now let's talk about what's ahead for PlayStation Plus. First, your monthly games for October are WWE 2K24, Dead Space, and Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. These will be available to all PlayStation Plus members starting October 1st. Meanwhile, our library of PlayStation classics continues to grow, with 2 more fan favorites from the original PlayStation arriving later this year: Blood Omen Legacy of Kain and Capcom's Dino Crisis. Naughty Dog fans know September 26th is The Last of Us Day, and we're celebrating by adding the critically acclaimed PS5 hit The Last of Us Part 1 to the PlayStation Plus game catalog this Thursday.
Hi everyone, I'm Mark Cerny. We recently revealed the newest addition to the PlayStation 5 family, PS5 Pro, alongside several games showcasing the superior frame rates and improved graphics that the new console makes possible. With PS5 Pro, developers have access to 3 key improvements: an upgraded GPU, advanced ray tracing, and AI-driven upscaling that combine to bring developers closer to realizing their unique vision. We're excited for players to get their hands on PlayStation 5 Pro when it launches this November. But in the meantime, here's a look at some of the games that are being enhanced for the new console, including a few titles that we're revealing for the very first time today.
This is the time of our lives. This is the time of our lives. This is the time of our lives.
We are beyond the edge of Japan. People come north to disappear. But you are hunting. And now, every Ronin here is after you. Still think you're the hunter?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Beyond. We just got the PlayStation State of Play, and we're going to break it all down here on Beyond, IGN's PlayStation podcast. I'm your host, Akeem. Joining me to break it all down, we got Brian Altano, Jada Griffin, and Nick Limone. Welcome, Beyond.
What is going on, Beyond?
Beyond.
What a show.
What a show, indeed. And we're going to break down every single bit and piece of it, but I think the main thing, the first thing we should talk about is definitely the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima. Of course, that game was a smash hit when it came out, like at the height of the pandemic back in 2020 in July. And it's not called Ghost of Tsushima, Nick. It's you know how to pronounce these words properly.
Ghost of Yote. Yote.
Yeah. So what were our thoughts?
Yote is northern Japan, so like Hokkaido area. And since we are beyond Tsushima now, it makes me think like, how much of Japan are we actually going to get to explore? Like the northern Japan's very snowy, very mountainous and things like that. So yeah, really exciting setting. And it looks like our main character is a Ronin, perhaps, who can dual wield, maybe a wolf companion. It looks amazing.
Also, out 2025. I was hoping we would get to see this game sooner than later. Ghost of Tsushima, Akeem, you mentioned it. Like that was one of my save my brain from falling apart during the pandemic games. Like we were like stuck inside and being able to just like travel around these open world fields and sunsets and snows. And it was just so gorgeous, so much fun, so awesome. And then the PS5 came out. It got the sort of Monkey Island DLC, and then it got some patches and stuff like that. But mostly that game's kind of been, it's been done and dusted and kind of in, off to the side. It's a classic. It's awesome. But I kept waiting to be like, what is next from Sucker Punch? I can't wait to see what they do next on dedicated PS5 hardware and now PS5 Pro hardware. This is the kind of thing that made me immediately go, okay, now you're twisting my arm on getting a PS5 Pro. Like the shots in this trailer, especially, oh man, that one shot of the mountain was just like so cool.
It illustrates the scale. Yeah, it was beautiful.
Dude, yeah, it just immediately gave me goosebumps. Like I cannot wait for this game. This is exactly why I play video games. Games like this. Like this is what it's all about. Looked incredible.
It's also like perfect timing. It's perfect timing with this game because I did a quick search. Ghost of Tsushima takes place in 13th century Japan, whereas this looks like it's taking place in 17th century. So nearly 400 years later, and one of the big shows that came out this year was Shogun, which takes place very near the end of the Sengoku era of Japan. So we are seeing a Japan that is slowly inching towards modernization. So I think we're gonna see some like gunfire weapon, like some like black powder gunpowder and stuff like that. So if you watch Shogun and you want more of that, this looks like it's going to be in that same vein, which is very exciting.
I really liked how they did the interior sections there too, like that bar, like restaurant situation there looked great. What were you saying, Jada?
Oh, I was just saying, I don't even know what to say. You guys have like covered all the great points about this game. It looks fantastic. It totally makes sense now with Nick's point about it being, basically 400 years later, while we're getting a new character. I know a lot of people were very attached to Jin Sakai, and especially, us that, love to go take a little soak in the, the little baths and just take a little bath out there and reflect on things. It'll be interesting to see how they handle that. But yeah, like the wolf looks fantastic. I can't wait to see how that works into gameplay. I think there were so many elements where in Tsushima there was dual guards you were trying to take out, and they, Jin had the ability to kind of take out multiple people quickly, but this kind of looks like they're going to give you almost like what we got with Nyx out of Star Wars Outlaws, where you can kind of split the attention and kind of do that. So like, I'm all about having those little friendly familiars, little buddies, little wolf bud that's just going to be gnawing the crap out of people. It's going to be great.
You get an attack wolf, and it will probably have its own skill tree and everything. You can train it to do cool tricks and maul people. I'm so in on that. Like, I didn't even need that element, but sure, that's icing on the cake on top of everything else. Like, God, the original, I played like half of the original game in the Kurosawa mode, and so the second we saw this black and white footage, I was like, it's back. Ghost is back. This is it. This is all over again. Like they nailed that film grade, that black and white, like the high contrast and everything. And then they cut to these full color shots with the blood in the snow, and the wolf comes out, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? Like this was one of my favorite surprises of the year by far. This was I wanted the big one more thing to be Bloodborne. It wasn't. We'll keep that Sony circle going. Especially when Mark Cerny was kind of like, all right, here's all the stuff coming to PS5 Pro. But most of this presentation today like didn't really mention the Pro until the last few seconds, the last few minutes really. And then seeing this, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be one of those games you're gonna want the benefit of better hardware for. And it's expensive, it's pricey, doesn't come with a disk drive. I'm still annoyed about a couple of things there, but man, they're going to start to give me a couple of reasons to get that thing, aren't they?
Yep.
I mean, that shot of running through the fields with all the horses and everything, like that just looks so gorgeous. Just we're watching it fed back like non-natively how it's going to look on our consoles. Like it's going to look even better when we're playing it. Like I cannot wait. Like
and it's super evocative of like that horse shot. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the kind of opening of the game, because if you remember at the original Ghost of Tsushima, the kind of late title card is Jin riding through the like the meadow, running his hands through the crops and whatnot. And it's evoking a very similar vibe, and it looks stunning. And as Brian said, it looks like a reason to own a PS5 Pro. I'm assuming better resolution and better frame rate overall, so sign me up, because unfortunately I am a graphics snob through and through.
So then I guess Brian, I know we talked about this. I believe it was it just last week we talked about, or was it 2 weeks ago? We talked about the PS5 Pro, and I know you were on the fence. Well, you said no, you weren't going to do it. You weren't going to get it. But now with this game, and of course, coupled with the fact that they're producing a fair amount of, I guess, grayscale 30th anniversary PS5 Pros, are you going to get it now? Like, what's your stance on it now?
You can do it. You can call me out. Like I was I was on the fence on the Pro, and then the wave of nostalgia came over with the 30th anniversary PS1 colors, and I was like, man, now I'm setting a timer on my alarm on my phone to try and get that. If it doesn't happen, whatever. If it sells out, because they're only making like 12,000 of them or something stupid like that. Like, it's honestly dumb that they're not making more of those. I'm going to continue to call them out while also shaking my credit card at them.
And I got to say, while this was an impressive one more thing, I was hoping that they were actually going to reveal the pricing for that 30th anniversary as like the one more thing. Like, just drop it real quick. It's $1,200, and then just in the show.
Oh, they'll get you when
it's going to be expensive.
You're logged in a PlayStation Direct at 6 a.m. or whatever. You got your credit card information already in there, and then you just go, oh, God damn it! You push
it's gonna be one of those like reveal price at checkout. You just put it in the cart, and then when you get there, like, oh well, I'm already 80% of the way there. Guess I'll just drop this $1,200. Why not?
Little Mark Cerny's gonna pop up and be like, you didn't say the magic word. Like, it's gonna be one of those. It'll be torture. But either way, this is like, you need software to sell systems, right? You need not only stuff that people can play this November, but stuff that's going to entice them to want to buy something that is going to be future proofed. And obviously, we know that stuff is coming, but I'll be honest with you, like, a lot of this generation, as a PlayStation fan, has felt sort of repetitive. Like, there's been a couple of like bangers, and many of them have been ported to PC and like they're one of their biggest games this fall is a Horizon game that's coming to Switch, right? Like, and then we see stuff like Horizon Zero Dawn remastered, and like remastered. There was this rumor of like a Days Gone remastered, and I was like, I need to know what Sucker Punch is working on. I need the next thing. I don't want to play The Last of Us Part 2 again. I don't really need to play Days Gone or Horizon again. I'm good on those things. Bloodborne, different story, obviously, because come on, it's 9 years. It's 9 years old, and it's like sub 30 FPS. Bring that boy back. But seeing the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, one of the greatest games of the last decade, makes me so happy, and it makes me go, okay, finally a new game.
Yeah. I'm glad they showcased this. But you mentioned we are getting a few remasters. They showed off a handful of remasters. We're getting, of course, the Horizon remaster. We're getting Lunar remastered. That collection. I know, Nick, you were super excited for that one. And of course, we're getting the Piece to Resistance, which was already revealed in leaks. The Legacy of Kain 1 and 2 remastered, which I believe that's a bit of a blind spot for some of us here. I don't know. Jadar, have you had the privilege of
I've
playing
played
the
them.
Legacy of
It's
Kain?
the Legacy of Kain games are one of my one of the favorite franchises for my partner. So I know he's excited about it, and so I'll get to experience that joy through him watching him play it. I played a little bit of them back in the day, but it was so long ago, I don't even remember if I finished them because of how old those games are. So I'm really excited for a chance to actually go through and update my knowledge base on these games. It's sad that we're not going to get the other ones are just coming to the
Classics collection.
The Classics collection. So we're not getting all of them, but who knows? Maybe this I would assume this is a test to where if this one does well, then the other ones will start to get remastered or remade as well. Or we'll get full-on remakes for these instead of just the remastered ports of these older ones. So
and I think those Legacy of Kain remasters are very like evocative of a different era of Sony that we haven't really seen in a long time. They came out in the era of something like Medieval, right? Which was like this, these games are third-person action platformers that you don't really see anymore. I think the last time we saw something like this was like Psychonauts 2. So it really feels like we are tapping back into an early era of gaming, and hopefully it's here to stay, because I do think that Sony's gotten a little bit stale in regards to their first party titles being, you know, your cinematic third person over the shoulder story about two people. Obviously Ghosts of Yote looks to kind of be in that same vein, but I'll give it a pass because that game looks really impressive from what we've seen so far. But to kind of bring the conversation back to the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, yeah, I'm not a huge Horizon fan, but that said, I do think it makes sense for them to remaster it despite it being really early. They have the tech for Forbidden West, which, whether you like those games or not, you got to admit it's very impressive. And the thing that Horizon Zero Dawn does not do that Forbidden West does is those dialogue cutscenes that are kind of stilted and clunky in the original game. They're very reverse shot, whereas Forbidden West kind of added a lot more cinematography and a lot of camera movement. It felt more like you were watching a movie in Forbidden West. So for them to kind of retroactively put that in Zero Dawn makes so much sense. And hey, look, it's another thing to show off how pretty your PlayStation 5 Pro looks. So I think it's an easy win for Sony.
I think it's...
No,
I think it's smart too.
No, go for it, Jay.
Go ahead. No, go, Brian.
I was going to say very quickly that this one, I think, depicts the power of what they're doing with the remaster more than some of the other recent remasters have from PlayStation specifically. Like seeing this, I was like, okay, I'm not interested in playing this game again, maybe, but and I did love it, but damn, it looks good. Like very, very clearly, like there were some shots in this where I'm like, okay, they have definitely put a ton of power into this thing, and it's looking way better. Do I need to play it again? Probably not. But if you haven't played it yet, like, yes, this is the way to do it.
Yeah, what I'll say about Horizon is it's one of Sony's best selling franchises since the PS4 generation. Like this game moves numbers regardless of what people on the internet be like, this game is bad, I don't like this game, whatever. This game sells a lot. It is one of their more profitable, I believe, franchises Sony has been putting out. And the fact that they're going in and I think they said 10 hours worth of new mocapped scenes and dialogue re-recorded, that's just going to really help sell just how great this game was when it first launched on PS4. It's going to, and even better than it's going to be even better now. There is just so much in this game, and I can't wait to see what it looks like. I don't think it's going to be a pick up and play right away for me, especially with it dropping on Halloween the same day as Dragon Age Veilguard. But it's definitely something that I will be looking to do the $10 upgrade probably next year during a down spell when there's less stuff to play. I'll be like, okay, cool. Let me re-experience this game because I haven't played it since it launched on the PS4. So it's been a minute for me.
Yeah.
That's 7 years now, I want to say, something like that. So
I suspect that $9.99 is going to be much easier to spend when your fancy new PS5 Pro is sitting there looking for something to play on it. And that's going to be like an easy, well, I already have the original game, so I might as well see what it looks like on the PS5 Pro. So I can see that kind of like straight to consumer style. Yeah, one more thing. Here's a little cheap add-on for you.
Just so you know, Nick, usually you're looking to play something on the PS5 or consoles, not it looking for it to be played on. You kind of
Hey man,
confuse me
if you're
there.
one of the lucky people who gets one of those 12,000 PS5 retro consoles, you're going to be looking for anything to play on it. I assure you.
Now, I want to talk about this remaster a little bit more, just because I feel like, well, not even just the remaster, but just with the Horizon series, I feel like it's kind of just being like we're just being thrown a lot of Horizon content. Like we're also getting a Lego Horizon game.
Yes,
Jada, you mentioned
there was a Horizon level in Astrobot, which
yeah.
But
Jada mentioned how profitable
franchise.
this franchise is for PlayStation. But I mean, like, I don't think. Do you really think we needed this remaster so soon? I mean, there's other games that could have gotten the remaster treatment. That are in dire need.
Yeah, I can name one.
One's coming to mind. I'm not sure what's the name. What's the name of that game, Brian?
Ape Escape.
Legacy of Kain.
Vib Ribbon.
Well, we have to hope that Bloodborne's on the it's on the assembly line.
On the long list or what? The short list? I don't know if there's a short list. But.
Yeah, the short list. Just get a couple more of these through, and then there'll be some clear runway for the Bloodborne 60 FPS 4K remaster. But
we can hope and dream and set up our summoning circles every time for Bloodborne. I hope we get it eventually, but man, it is looking less and less likely as time goes by. But yes, to your point, Akeem, I do think as great as these advancements are for Horizon, and I love seeing Horizon getting the love because I love that franchise, it does feel a little bit too soon. Just a little bit too soon for me. Which, but to be fair, I don't remember if the Horizon franchise is still on for like their TV shows. I think they have like an animated show with Netflix, if I remember correctly. I can't remember if that one.
I believe that's still going on. I don't know if it's animated or live action. I think it might be. They're working on a series though.
It's supposed to be a prequel series, right?
I believe so. Yeah. So I know some of the Sony things got canceled or got pushed into development hell or whatever when it comes to making TV shows, movies, whatever. So I don't remember if that one is, but if that is coming around, could also make a really good case for them redoing this one and putting it out for the current audience, the current generation audience, just like they did with Last of Us and the Last of Us HBO show. So it does kind of line up and make a lot of sense.
Oh, and it turns out this just in, the Horizon Zero Dawn show is dead for now.
Yeah. Okay. So that one was. I couldn't remember if it was that one or another one. So who knows? But yeah, I think a lot of fans or a lot of newcomers to PS5 will enjoy this one and get a chance to play it in the best way possible.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a square peg round hole with the Lego situation. I've talked about this before. Like Aloy is not like a fun character. In fact, none of the characters in this world really are.
Nah, get out of here. She's so much fun. She tells you all those things she puts in her bag, and she's got to put things in her stash. She's great.
It's okay. Like it's interesting to take this world and just make it into a Lego game. Like I get the 4K remasters or sequels or spin-offs or whatever. Like there was a leaked multiplayer Horizon game at some point in the last few years. Like they're very clearly like, hey, this is our big new franchise. We're going hard with it. We're going to do everything with it. And it, like you said, it sells well enough that it's like, it justifies all of that. But I don't know. I don't know if it all necessarily works for me. I bounced off the second game pretty early because it just didn't click the same way. And this Lego version, like, I guess, sure. Like it doesn't fit for me. If they can find a way to get kids into this franchise or kids into PlayStation, I've said that for years, like as a dad now, like that's important. And that and Astrobot are really good entry points. But I'm like, I'm not saying like it's Horizon fatigue, but I'm also kind of like, okay, enough with this for a little while. Like,
it's funny, I kind of see what you mean, Brian. Like, I feel like I don't know if the Lego treatment really fits like Horizon. Like It would have been great if they did this maybe to like God of War, because that that juxtaposition like of this very like serious I think
I don't know what
amazing,
kid is.
right?
I mean, if I was an adult, I'd be like, God of War for Lego God of War. I don't know if I want my kid to play that, but
it would probably
I
have
don't
that
know.
quirky. It'll probably have the quirky tone that we're the lighthearted, quirky tone that we're seeing right now with Horizon. That's what I'm assuming, because like it's Lego. Like they have an IP to protect themselves as well, or a brand, I should say, Lego. So I think it would still have the light tone.
Horizon has never felt particularly dark or mature in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, there's death that happens, but like if I had a kid and they happened to play Horizon, I think I wouldn't really bat an eye. It's not like God of War where there's this hyper realistic violence. But to kind of echo what Brian's saying, I kind of agree. It feels like Sony is forcing Horizon down everyone's throat and say, hey, this is going to be the new popular kid. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It feels very in that same vein. But to play devil's advocate, I will say that the Burning Shores DLC for Horizon Forbidden West, the sequel, was a PS5 only expansion for the game, and I think the tech behind that expansion really showcases what the PS5 is capable of. So if they kind of transplant that technology, the volumetric cloud work and all that jazz into the original game, I could see that being as a justification for why this remaster should exist, because if nothing else, Forbidden West felt slightly compromised by the fact that it was released on both the PlayStation 4 and PS5. So the fact that we are finally getting a PS5 only version of a game that is a known quantity feels like it'll look nice if you like Horizon, but if you don't, well, too bad, you're getting one anyway.
I mean, so I will agree on the point of Sony trying to like really make fetch happen and put Horizon in everybody's hands. That's definitely what they've done. They bundled it with consoles for a while with the PS4. What I will say for the Lego portion, I think Horizon is, besides Ratchet and Clank, I think Horizon is the best franchise for them to do a Lego experience for. There's so many great creatures that they can build out of giant machines that are just great, look great as Legos and are great for destroying, and they come apart just like they do in the game. You're literally knocking off parts off of the different machines to craft and upgrade and do different things. So Horizon for me makes perfect sense with going in the Lego route, just because of how their monster and their enemy designs have been done since day one. So I think it definitely makes sense. I just think in a vacuum, if it was just on its own and it wasn't so close to these remasters, I think everybody would be a little bit nicer about it. But I do think it's all of it so soon all together is kind of hampering just enjoying it by just outright.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm warming up to Akeem's idea of Lego God of War, the game
Oh my goodness.
where the kids,
I mean, also,
where the
kids'
kid's
mom
dies.
Let's just go Lego Bloodborne.
Hold
then.
on.
Let's just get a Lego Bloodborne.
Kratos is
and
in
just a
Fortnite,
little-
so stop trying to poo-poo this idea of there
Now
being
you're
a
talking.
Lego God of War. Okay,
Hey,
you know what
Mimir works perfectly as a Lego head, so I
He
get
does.
you.
He does.
100%.
Thank you.
He does.
All right. Well, there were a lot of other games revealed. Let's move on. We're also going to check in with our audience as well. I believe Jada. We asked we polled the audience on our Facebook group, so we're gonna do that. But I want to talk about one game before we do that, and that is Hell Is Us. That's right. It's right there on your screen. Facebook.com/groups/podcast beyond. But Hell Is Us. Now, before we saw the one last thing, which was Ghost of Yote, Nick, you were saying that Hell Is Us was your game of the show. And just to kind of give people a refresher, this is a third-person action-adventure game combining like intense melee combat with the thrill of exploration.
And a bunch of horrible garbage and evil. I love it. I love it.
I think
great.
Despite Ghosts of Yote being very exciting, I still think that this is my game of the show. This goes back to, and again, I keep harping on evoking old Sony, because I do think that's what made PlayStation as a brand like so special. Is it was this era of experimentation, and this is what it feels like. It is evoking a third-person action game. It just a really pulled back view, which is a little bit unusual. It's not that God of War perspective, and it just looks like a capital V video game in the best possible way that is going to push you to the limit. It's going to test your reflexes and just have really unique combat with a really cool setting that is kind of hard sci-fi with like an alien H.R. Geiger vibe. I'm really digging everything I'm seeing about this game, whether it be art direction, combat, technology, all of the above. This looks like a Nick Lamone video game, and I cannot wait to jump in.
I'm right there with you. This is evoking a lot of the weird old, just experimental PlayStation that I grew up playing, and all the horror designs and sci-fi designs are coming together and coalescing in ways that are singing to me. Like, this is exactly what I want when I play a video game. I wish the drone didn't look as much like a drone, but that's, I'm nitpicky. Everything else...
Wait a minute. Are you serious, Brian?
I mean, everything else seems so
to look like.
Well, I don't know. Everything else looks so weird and inspired. I'm going to be just picky.
You got to find one thing, Brian. Jeez. You always got.
Brian would not make it long in Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. He would just not make it long.
No. I think that this should get a Lego game too, especially the overhead shot of all the bodies in the ditch. I think would go. You just fill that with minifigs. No, this looks awesome. I can't wait to play it. We didn't get a release date for it. This is from.
No, it's coming out in 2025. Yeah, we didn't get a firm release date.
Yeah, so we got a year. So I'll take that.
It's from developer Rogue Factor, which I'm looking them up right now, and it looks like they've only made two previous titles, Necromunda Underhive Wars and Mordheim City of the Dam, which are both games that feel like you wouldn't pay attention to them. So the fact that they are getting front placement in a state of play is truly saying something about what Sony sees in this game. And I think that this is going to be a breakout. This looks like a breakout title for this development team, and I'm very excited for them to finally get a chance to shine in the spotlight in that Sony spotlight.
Yeah, I love it. I'm all in.
Now, of course, I mentioned we got a few other games. I want to kind of just do round table, and then Jada, we're gonna check in with our audience. Brian, what were outside of Ghosts of Yotei and Hell Is Us? What were there any other games that kind of like stood out to you?
The Midnight Walk, which first of all, shocking amount of PSVR2 stuff in this show today.
Yes,
Sony remembered.
Thank you, Sony.
That they sold that
finally.
Yeah. This game looks awesome. It's PS5 and PSVR2 compatible, so you can play it in VR or flat, as the VR people like to call it. And it's very like sort of vintage Tim Burton-esque claymation. It reminds me of a Phil Tippett movie, Mad God, which came out a couple years ago. I don't know if you guys saw it. Yeah, it's awesome.
Crazy movie, yeah.
And he was one of the original puppeteers on Star Wars and creature designers. He designed the Rancor and a bunch of other awesome stuff. And he made this experimental stop motion film. Not to be confused with another stop motion film called Stop Motion, which just came out this year as well. Another horror movie. It's on Shudder. You can check those out there. That's like a very specific art style, and it's very hard to get right in a video game, just because of the way the sort of frames skip around. But I really love what they're doing here. Like, this is a very, very beautiful, unique looking video game. It didn't look like anything else I've seen this year or anything else in the showcase, in terms of games wise. Like, I don't know, how deep the gameplay is going to be, if this is just going to be sort of like a visual feast for the senses, or if it'll get deep. It just looks like you're this little guy with a lantern head and you go around trying not to die. But I'm into it. I'm very into it.
It's from the team that did Lost in Random, which had a decent amount of combat and was a very solid game. So I'm very excited to see what lessons they kind of learned from this to expand into the Midnight Walk. And then I think it's going to be real cool in VR. I think this is going to be one of those like must play VR experiences, or must play this game in VR over just playing it standard. I think it's going to really benefit from having that VR2 headset. I know that's not going to be the way most people play it, because obviously it's a $600 hat that Sony is barely acknowledging. I really enjoy my PSVR2, but I'm happy that we finally got more stuff like this. The fact that we're getting Hitman, World of Assassination is coming to PSVR2. What else did we have?
Metro Awakening,
which is going to be another one that's just going to be fantastic VR2 experience. So thank you, Sony, for giving us some VR2 stuff.
Yes. But so how about for you, Jada? What was one of the highlights
Oh, I mean, my game of the show is Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, hands down, I've been waiting for that game. If anybody who's watched any of our state of plays or Sony showcases in the last 6 months to a year since they announced Monster Hunter Wilds, it's all I've been talking about. And this trailer just was fantastic. The setting, the lighting, the cinematography, the action, just how much bigger and larger than life this feels than World was. Just everything. It's looks like they're actually putting a lot more care into the story, and we're going to have like a bigger, deeper story, hopefully, knock on wood, fingers crossed, because I love my Monster Hunter. The stories are a little bit on the light end, which is fine, because the core gameplay loop about that game is eat, hunt, sleep, repeat. And not a lot of room for story in that. But it looks like they're doing big things with this one, and all the attention they've been showing it and taking it to all these different trade shows so more people can play it. Like, that shows me they're very confident in everything that's going on with this franchise. It's one of Capcom's best-selling franchise. I think World is still their best-selling game of all time now. I'd have to double-check those numbers, but at one point it was. But yeah, I cannot wait for Monster Hunter Wilds. This game is going to be fantastic, and man, 2025 is going to be a banger of a year for game releases already, between this Ghost of Yotei and potentially GTA 6.
Potentially GTA 6?
We don't know.
Rockstar, see it.
You know how secretive Rockstar is with their stuff. They'll have it out when it's out, when they're ready.
But it's coming out next year, 100%. All right, 100% it's coming out. Right.
According to Akeem's diary.
Akeem's timetables. I love it.
No, it's coming out next year. But y'all already know what I was excited to see, and it was a DLC for Sonic X Shadow Generations. Of course, Keanu Reeves. He's going to be voicing. I mean, this isn't even a surprise, but he's going to be voicing Shadow, obviously, in the upcoming movie. But he's also going to be voicing him in the video game for the DLC, which that's included in the digital deluxe edition. We also get his skin from the movie. Like, look, he's all fuzzy, and I'm excited for this. I'm super excited for this. The movie comes out December 20th. I don't know if this is coming out day one when the game drops.
December 12th for the
December 12th
Keanu
for
pack.
this. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, I'm assuming there might be some movie spoilers in there, but no, I'm super excited for this. Also, very smart move from Sega doing this. They time things very perfectly with this particular release. Obviously, the movie coming out in December, and then this coming out. Sonic is always a moneymaker for Sega. Sonic was always good. He was never bad, and he's going to continue to be good, especially moving on to 2025. We just got that Sonic Central. I forced Brian to watch it, and he nodded his head. Yes, he enjoyed it when I asked him if he did.
I know. Are we remastering the debate we had about this?
Just changing the history books.
They'll remake anything these days. No, this is definitely very cool, and I'm happy for you, Akeem. This is what you've always dreamed of.
It is.
It's one of the smartest bits of marketing I think I've seen in a video game in a long time, of actually relying on a movie release that coincides with the release of a game. That used to happen a whole lot more, and it doesn't really happen anymore. So thankfully, this is the first time since Sonic Mania where I'm like, maybe I should give this Sonic game a chance.
Yep.
So
to be fair to your point, Nick, back when we used to get licensed games based on movies, that's when the licensed games were absolutely terrible 9 times out of 10. They were just so bad. So it's good that they're coming back, and it's good that they're pairing it with something that's basically already been done, because this is a remaster with more content, with new content added to it. So it makes sense for them to tie it in and use the kind of movie license features with Keanu voicing it. So, but we'll see if we see more of those coming, and if we repeat the past of bad licensed games.
I was going to make a joke about how the Sonic games are terrible 9 times out of 10, but I'm going to save Akeem. I'm going to keep him happy. No,
I want to hear. Brian, please say what you were going to say about.
No, we're good. No, I'm excited for you. I'm happy for you. I think it's awesome that Keanu Reeves keeps popping up in video games. Like that's very awesome to me. He seems like he's like an old school video game nerd who just grew up playing them. He was like a pivotal part of Cyberpunk and the DLC, and it's been really cool to see him show up in games where you wouldn't expect him to. Like there was definitely a little disconnect there when he started talking as the video game character. I'm like, I don't know if that totally works, but I'm into it. I like the idea of it.
Also, I just love his vocal versatility. Every single character he plays in a video game sounds drastically different from the other. But you know what? Let's check in with our Facebook group. Jada, you put out a question to our Facebook group. Obviously, you know, they were just as excited as we were for today's state of play. What was the question that we posed to our group?
So we put up originally like what you were hoping to see out of the state of play. But I went ahead and posted another one during the show of what was your favorite thing from the state of play. Okay. And let's see what we've got so far. So Lunar Remastered Collection from Ted Darius, or Darius.
Good choice,
if I got that right. Never got around to playing the first game as a kid, as it originally came out to the Sega CD, but I had the TurboGrafx CD and wasn't going to shell out a ton more money for a second CD attachment. Big fan of old JRPGs, so I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, Sega CD was a mess, y'all. For those who are too young to understand the Sega CD, that was a mess of a console. It was great, very good, but very much a mess with all the stuff you needed. Let's see, Stephen A. Daw. Ghost of Yote, do we think Ghost of Yote is a full sequel or like a smaller game like Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man, Miles Morales? Oh no, this is a full sequel.
Yeah,
hands down.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a full sequel.
It's a larger landmass, just period. You are in Japan as opposed to a small island.
If they reuse some trees or leaves or rocks, I don't care. That's fine. Do it. Whatever
They're going to reuse. Sure. What about the horse, Brian? What if they reuse the horse?
Bring that horse back. Give him some new hair. Or
give me my pre-order horse back.
My pre-order horse
I want
back.
that pre-order horse.
And then let's see. I got one more. Devlon Douglas. All the Hitman games for PSVR2, Metro Awakening VR getting a release date, shockingly even earlier than the Behemoth, which we didn't see today, which is kind of interesting. Midnight Walk getting PSVR2 support. Was thinking the whole time the art style would be terrifying in VR. I agree. But yeah, lots of VR stuff being showed off. So like I'm very happy because we get a lot of criticism on the show because we're very critical on Sony and their PSVR2 and how they've been releasing games and how they've just been handling it since launch. And so I'm happy that we're starting to get these things and showcase these things the way they deserve to be showcased for this $600 peripheral that Sony convinced people to invest in. So I'm very happy that we're starting to see these more mainstream, bigger things. Like PSVR2 has been launching a bunch of titles throughout the year, but they've been, for the most part, smaller things. And so it's nice to have these examples front and center finally.
And larger experiences, because I do think like VR really shines in the intricacy of your hand movements. Like Half-Life Alyx is so impressive because of all the minute details you can manipulate with your hands. And I think that the Metro universe is perfect for that because there's so much nuance in how you approach a given situation in any of the Metro games that feels right at home in VR, whether it be checking how much ammo is left in your clip because your ammo is also your currency, or as we see in Hitman, you could, strangle someone from behind or poison somebody's coffee. It just seems like developers are starting to see, hey, let's just get nitty gritty with VR because that's really what makes it such an impressive medium as a whole. So I'm very excited for people to get wild in PSVR 2.
Yeah, Hitman looks fantastic. Cannot wait for that one.
Yeah, those Hitman games are incredible. And if you somehow haven't played them and you have a PSVR 2, like I obviously haven't played this version yet, but I can't imagine it not translating well because those games are a perfect combination of violence and comedy. And you get some very, very silly results playing games like this in VR, especially if you're just going to be, smacking people around or stabbing them in the back or throwing them over a balcony. And you can do all that with motion controls in VR. Dude, you're going to have a blast.
I'm going to have so much fun backstabbing people in this game. It's going to be great. I'm going to have to get video footage for you guys.
No, please do. Both gameplay and of you just IRL playing, because I want to see how goofy you look swinging just the air. But this is a great showing for the PSVR 2. I'm so happy that we got some more releases coming, so I can dust the dust off of my my PSVR2. But just want to shout out our Facebook group again. So thank you so much, everyone that submitted their responses to Jada's question. That's facebook.com/groups/podcast beyond. Become a member. We do these things all. We try to do these. We're going to try to do these every single week for you all and showcase your responses during the show. Now, the first question, the initial question that you asked Jada, was was there anything missing, or what do you want to see from the state of play? So I'm going to ask the question to you all: was there anything that you think was missing from this state of play that you wish you had seen, or that PlayStation had shown off? Brian, I'll start with you.
I feel like we needed to see The Last of Us Part 1 remastered Part 2 again.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah, I think we need a PS5 Pro patch for that. The PS4 version did get a Pro patch, so I'm kind of disappointed.
I want them to be like bundled together, so like literally when you finish one, it just rolls right into two. That's what we needed.
Yep.
That's
no
exactly
one's ever
what we
played that
needed.
game before in any of its iterations. They didn't watch the game unfold as a TV show without even having to reach for a controller. So I'm pretty let down actually with Sony today and Naughty Dog. No. I mean, it's for me, it's the same one as always. It's Bloodborne. I just want something from that world. I just want playing Astrobot as a Bloodborne hunter the entire time was awesome, especially like the spooky levels, because I was like, someone at this company remembers that people love this character, and it gave me a glimmer of hope, and I'm not going to let that hope die.
Well,
even though it died today.
Right.
That was I will say, I've been watching chat the whole live stream, and Bloodborne is by far the number one that anybody that they've been spamming in chat.
Take a shot every time you see Bloodborne mentioned.
Oh, do not do that. Do not do that. We are not held liable. That will take a shot of water. Take a shot of water.
Listen,
water is great for you.
Everyone listening, everyone commenting. If they ever actually do make this thing, we all have to buy like 2 or 3 copies each. Like we have to really, we can't just be loud in the chat. We got to be loud in the stores
with your wallet.
PSN and the wallet.
The wallets, yeah.
I need to see TikToks. I need to see TikToks of everybody.
You guys got to get the
copies.
Collector's Edition, whatever the premium,
the
$300. I want the PS5 Pro Bloodborne Edition.
Yep, sacrificing.
Buy the art books in multiple languages. All that. Do it. You support.
Yep.
Support your local hunters.
Buy a little bag of pig blood and spill it to show your.
Ew.
I don't know if I'll get any money from that.
I don't want to figure out where you can buy pig blood. But Jada, what did you want to see that you didn't?
So I don't know if it's that I wanted to see, but one that I was very much expecting to see: Wolverine.
I was going to say that. Yes,
Wolverine is a big one. It's been announced. We've been waiting for it. We got Deadpool and Wolverine this year. We got X-Men 97 this year.
Yeah.
I feel like it's never been a better time to start promoting Wolverine than right now. But, obviously Insomniac had the hack and the leaks and all that type of stuff, and that has probably complicated things. So I'm not surprised we didn't see it, but I would have really loved to see a little bit more than just Logan sitting at that bar
100%.
waiting for whoever to come in and greet him. Who knows?
And funny thing, I was actually thinking when Sony came out and said, we're going to show off some more games that we haven't shown off yet. I was hoping to see just a slither of Wolverine gameplay.
Yeah.
I was thinking this would be a great way to drop it. We did, like you said, we got extensive gameplay footage leaks and cinematics as well. This would have been a great, just like give us like a 3-second slither of, we don't need a release date. I just want to see it, even though I'm not gonna lie, I did see
show me that
peek.
it still exists.
Just a little
exactly
peek, please.
Yeah, but how about for you, Nick?
For me, it was 2 things. One, the easy layup was Spider-Man 2 DLC. That felt like a given. I know that there's a lot of speculation. Won't dive into the how verifiable any of them are, but like Venom DLC for Spider-Man 2 feels like a where is it at? Come on. Insomniac, for being as prolific as they are with game after game for the PlayStation. I'm just take your time. I'm not trying to rush you, Insomniac.
Yeah.
Everything you put out for PlayStation is cooking. I love it. I'll eat it up with a big spoon, but just a little surprised that we didn't get Spider-Man 2 DLC. In Yeah, that's the big one, and I think the other one is seeing whatever Sony Bend is working on, because they've been kind of radio silent for a long time. Days Gone, I thought we might see a remaster given all the rumors, but no, it doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. So Sony Bend, again, not trying to rush you, but just curious, what are you guys cooking over there?
You know, Sony has a history, or Sony Studios have a real good history of supporting each other, and I do wonder if today they were all kind of like, hey, this is Sucker Punch's day. Like, let's give them that. Let's give them that big focus, because a lot of the other stuff was kind of smaller studios from Sony and updates from things we already know exist and third-party games. And I think like their one more thing being the, Ghost of Yotai. I think that was maybe them just being like, hey, you have this moment. You take this.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I'm assuming they wouldn't want to cannibalize all of their giant, unveils, because, as even though a lot of the Sony first party titles do feel thematically similar, they all are, gargantuan blockbuster games. So it really does feel like they all want to kind of get out of the way of each other in order for it to kind of really make the impact that Sony's hoping for. So I get it, but still, I'm greedy. I want more.
I'm right there with you. I'm extremely greedy. I'm so greedy. I was hoping to see some Resident Evil 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I didn't get that. Didn't even get a remake or, like RE5, Code Veronica, nothing like that. But I feel like if we did get a reveal like that, that might have, much to Nick's point, like I feel like it, I don't know, it might have like overshadowed like what the one last thing that we got, Ghost of Yotai. Like if we got a, RE9 announcement or even like one of the, like a remake, I don't know. I think a lot of people would have been more excited for that than Ghost of Yotai, just because of the legacy, the long legacy of Resident Evil. I don't know. I want to see what's going on with the Winters family. Like,
I have to think that they're keeping Resident Evil 9 for a Capcom presentation. We've got TGS this weekend, so I wouldn't put it past Capcom to hold that onto that for themselves. Then again, we did get that first RE4 remake during a PlayStation State of Play, 2022, I want to say. So it's not uncommon for Capcom to put their big guns on Sony. But I think with TGS, I think around the corner, I think it makes more sense for it to get announced there.
Now, are we thinking? Are we thinking we might get like either a remake announcement or an official sequel announcement? What are we thinking?
I think 9 is up next. I think at least the last few years they've gone remake, new game, and the remakes have been the really good-looking recreations of their old third-person games, and the new games have been first-person. I'll take it all. I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I'm ecstatic to see what they do next. They did Resident Evil 4 Justice. That's one of my favorite games of all time, and the fact that they crushed it makes me just go, sure, cook whatever you want to cook. I'm in.
Yep. Whatever next. You got me. You got me at least for one next game, like 100% in on your next game.
I'm kind of curious about RE9. Like if it is continuing the story of Ethan Winter's daughter, whose name I can't remember right now. I have a suspicion that it's going to kind of tonally change the direction of Resident Evil moving forward, because as we all know, because we all played that Resident Evil Village DLC about starring the daughter, she's like a psychic, so it's gonna feel very much like Control, but from a Resident Evil perspective. So I'm curious how they can kind of maintain Resident Evil's like artistic and creative vision while being side by side with something like Jesse Faden's Control, Remedy's Control.
Yeah, I don't want that at all. I just want like a dumb cop to come in.
But that's
be like,
what the character is.
I know, but like
that's what she is.
I know, but I just want them to be like, okay, we did her story in that DLC. It's done. The Winters family is we're gonna put them away. Maybe there'll be a note in a desk somewhere in Resident Evil 9. Give me Leon or Chris or Jill or anyone else who just walks in there like, huh? I don't get it. What's happening here? This has only been happening for 30 years of my adult life, and it keeps happening every year, but still.
Brian, I love what they've been doing though with the OG cast. They just pop up like, hey, what's up? It's me.
Yeah, I don't want a psychic in
I get that. I get
technically Jill Valentine is immortal and she will always look the same because she is infected with whatever G or T virus. So I guess in theory she could always come back whenever.
Yeah, and that was in RE5, right? Where
correct.
She was there was an evil Jill. I barely remember that game, but I did enjoy it. All right, so let's. I think we're running short on time, so I wanna do the tried and true thing that we tend to always do at the end of these special episodes. And from us on the patented IGN scale of 1 to 10, what do we rate this state of play?
They get so mad at us when we do this. They're gonna do it. We're doing it right now. Okay. Man. Do I have to go first?
Chat, let us know what you think as well. For those who can hear
drop
us
your
live.
numbers in the chat.
You love
chat,
everything.
tell us what you think. What this was. I love everything. I do not love everything. Also, we didn't get Kingdom Hearts 4 today, which is sad. I was hoping for that one. I know. We're running low on time. I'm gonna pick a random number that I see in chat, and look, there's a couple sevens. So looks like we're giving it a 7 out of 10. It was a good showcase is the numbers I saw when I was looking at chat after asking. Thank you, chat. You have chosen that it is a 7. That is the number you guys have to live with now.
Yeah, I'm looking at 0, 2, 2, 3. And
why would you give it a 0?
I don't know.
There's no way this showcase could be a 0. We got so many good games out of this.
Quick shout out to that Stellar Blade Nier crossover because that looks rad.
Yeah.
I will say 7 also. 8 closer to 8 because of Ghost of Yote. Like that is one of my favorite video game announcements of the year. I'm very excited for that game. Everything else is just icing on the cake.
How about you, Nick?
As for me, I'm gonna give it a 6 overall. I mean, I was pretty happy with what I saw. Hell is Us looks outstanding. Ghost of Yote looks cool, but for me, no Kingdom Hearts 4, tragic. No Final Fantasy 7 remake part 3 or whatever. Again, I'm being unfair here.
There's no way we're getting that today.
I also feel like compared to a lot of other competing companies who whenever they have presentations, there just feels like an avalanche of JRPGs that I'm getting everywhere except PlayStation. So sadly, not quite a presentation for me.
Well, don't worry. I'll make up for it because your boy ate his Frosted Flakes this morning. I'm giving it an 8. This was great. I loved it. Yeah, you didn't have the Kingdom Hearts, but that's totally cool, man. Y'all made up for it in other ways. And some of the new games that you showcased in the PSVR2, y'all didn't forget about that. That, as Jada calls it, a fanciful magical hat. What'd you call it? You called it whatever you called it.
It's a wonderful $600 hat.
It keeps getting more expensive every time.
I know, 700. Damn. Okay, well, you know what? That's all the time we have. This was, I would say great overall. I want to thank Brian and Jada and Nick for joining me on breaking down this state of play. And on that note, Beyond.
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 Still no Bloodborne.